Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Smoke curled like vengeful spirits through the charred remains of Thalarion's once majestic trees. Where the great forest had stood for 10,000 years, its ancient boughs home to generations of elves, only blackened sentinels remained, their skeletal branches reaching toward a sky veiled by ash. At the forest's heart, where the devastation radiated outward like ripples in a poisoned pond, Arundel Dawnblade knelt among the ruins of the sacred grove. The last of the elven guardians pressed his palm against scorched earth that had, until 3 days prior, nurtured the moon willow, the sacred tree whose roots were said to reach the realm of the gods themselves. Nothing remained but a crater filled with smoldering embers that refused to die despite the gentle rain falling from a morning sky. "Who would dare?" he whispered, his melodic voice cracking with emotion uncharacteristic of the typically stoic elves. Arendel's silver hair, once adorned with leaves of gold that marked his station, now hung loose and stained with soot around a face etched with exhaustion. For 72 hours, he had fought alongside his brethren to contain the magical fire that had erupted without warning, consuming half the ancient forest before the combined efforts of the elven mages had finally subdued it. The ground beneath his fingers shifted suddenly, revealing a glint of metal amid the ashes. Arundel brushed away the debris, uncovering what appeared to be a fragment of an ancient blade, no longer than his forearm, yet thrumming with power that made the air around it shimmer. Runes of a language older than elven memory adorned its broken edge, glowing with an inner light that pulsed like a heartbeat. As his fingers closed around the fragment, visions exploded behind his eyes. Dwarven forges deep within mountain halls, elven spell singers weaving enchantments beneath a younger moon, and a blade forged not as a weapon of war, but as a key to seal something ancient and terrible beneath the world. The visions shifted, showing him the present, the dwarven kingdom of Khazad Morvud, where King Thorgrim's stonehammer clutched his chest in agony as his beard suddenly blazed with magical fire. Behind the king's throne, a shadow moved with purpose, a feminine hand reaching toward a crown that would soon need a new bearer. Arundel gasped as the vision released him, the fragment in his hand now cool and dormant. "The connection," he murmured, understanding dawning in his emerald eyes. "The fire that struck our forest and whatever afflicts the dwarven king, they are but symptoms of the same malady." The sound of approaching footsteps snapped his attention back to the present. A dozen elven warriors emerged from the tree line, their bows drawn and arrows trained upon their former commander. "Arundel Dawnblade," announced Lord Silvendel, the High Consul's voice as cold as winter starlight. "You stand accused of treason against the elven concordat. The sacred fires that protected our realm for millennia were extinguished moments before the attack began. Only the guardian of the eternal flame could have done this." Arundel rose slowly, the fragment clutched tightly in his fist. "You know, I would sooner cut out my own heart than betray our people." "What I know," Silvendel replied, his ancient eyes narrowing, is that witnesses saw you consorting with a dwarf emissary in the Whispering Glade a fortnight ago, a meeting you reported to no one. Because there was nothing to report, Arundel countered, though he knew how hollow his words must sound. The meeting had been innocent, a chance encounter with a lost dwarven mineralogist, but the timing now seemed damning. Sylvandel, something greater is at play. The fire was no accident, nor was it dwarfcraft. I've found— Seize him! Sylvandel commanded, cutting off Arundel's explanation. The High Consul will determine your fate at tomorrow's moonrise. In that moment, Arundel made his choice. With reflexes honed through centuries of guardianship, he drew a sign in the air, a glyph of transportation forbidden to all but the most senior guardians. The world blurred around him as elven arrows whispered through the space he had occupied moments before. The Ironspine Mountains loomed like the backbone of a sleeping titan against the crimson sunset. Within their unforgiving embrace, the dwarven city of Khazad Morvud had stood as an impregnable fortress for 3,000 years, its entrance a colossal gate carved from a single slab of granite and adorned with the history of 7 dwarf clans, rendered in precious metals and gemstones. Those gates now stood sealed, barred from within for the first time in 8 generations, as succession rites unfolded in the wake of King Thorgrim's unexpected death. Dorna Ironhammer, daughter of the mountain, heir to the forge, and now reluctant claimant to the stone throne, slipped through a forgotten mineshaft that wound beneath the main gates. Her sturdy frame, compact even by dwarven standards, navigated the narrow passage with the surety of one who had spent more time exploring the ancient tunnels than attending court functions. Her auburn beard, meticulously braided close to her jaw in the tradition of dwarven warrior women, was adorned with iron beads forged by her own hand, each marking a trial overcome, a battle won, or a craft mastered. The hammer strapped across her back, Mountain Heart, her family's heirloom, thrummed with subtle magic that called to the stone around her, a gift passed through her bloodline since the First Age. "We keep moving," she muttered to herself as she emerged into a long-abandoned guardroom that predated the current city. "The rune hunters will check the royal tunnels first, but they'll think to look here soon enough." 3 hours earlier, Dorna had stood at her father's deathbed, the king's most trusted advisor and her own mentor, Grand Artificer Calgrim, at her side. As her father drew his final breath, Calgrim had placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, and in that touch, Dorna had felt something alien pass through the ancient dwarf's fingers, something that made Mountain Heart vibrate in warning against her back. "Your father's final wish," Calgrim had said, his voice heavy with practiced grief, "was for you to undertake the trial of 7 stones before claiming the throne. For the good of the kingdom, you must leave immediately for the ancient temple at Caradum." But Thorgrim had said no such thing. Dorna had been at his side for his final 3 days, and her father had been explicit about her immediate ascension. When she questioned Calgrim, the old artificer's eyes had hardened, and she glimpsed something ancient and terrible lurking behind his gaze, something that had worn Calgrim like a suit of flesh for who knew how long. She'd fled then, her instincts and the warning pulse of Mountain Heart guiding her away from the royal chambers moments before the rune hunters, elite dwarven trackers, had descended upon her quarters with orders to escort her to the sacred trials. Now, as she navigated the forgotten tunnels beneath her ancestral home, Dorna felt the strange vibration from Mountain Heart intensify. Something called to the ancient hammer, a resonance from somewhere far beyond the mountain halls. The border wilds stretched between the elven forests and the dwarven mountains, a no-man's land of mist-shrouded valleys and weathered ruins that had once been a flourishing kingdom in its own right, before the great sundering had torn the world asunder. Here, where neither elven nor dwarven patrols ventured willingly, Arundel materialized in a clearing surrounded by monolithic stones covered in moss and ancient runes. The Circle of Witnessing, a sacred neutral ground established during the last tentative peace talks between elves and dwarves nearly 5 centuries ago. The transportation spell had brought him farther than he'd intended, depleting his reserves of magical energy almost completely. He sank to his knees, the blade fragment clutched to his chest as the world spun around him. "If you're going to be sick, elf, do it away from the sacred stones. Some of us still honor the old ways." The gruff voice came from behind one of the monoliths. A stocky figure emerged, silhouetted against the setting sun, a dwarf maiden with a warrior's stance and a hammer, whose head gleamed with runes that resonated with the fragment in Arendel's hand. "Mountain Heart," Arundel breathed, recognition flooding through him from the visions granted by the blade fragment. "You bear the Mountain Heart." The dwarf's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "How does an elf know the name of my family's hammer?" Her hand tightened on the weapon's haft. "Are you one of her spies?" "I am Arundel Dawnblade, guardian of the—" He hesitated, then corrected himself. "Former guardian of the eternal flame. And I believe we are both running from the same enemy, though neither of us yet knows her true face." The dwarf maiden studied him for a long moment, her gaze sharp as newly forged steel. "Dorna Ironhammer," she finally offered. "The daughter of Thorgrim, rightful heir to Khazad Morvud, and apparently the traitor to my people if the Rune Hunter's proclamations are to be believed." "As am I to mine," Arundel replied, a hint of bitter irony coloring his melodic voice. He opened his palm, revealing the blade fragment. "This is why I sought the border wilds. The visions it granted showed me fragments of truth, a blade forged by both our peoples, then broken and hidden when allegiances shattered." Dorna's eyes widened as she gazed upon the fragment. Mountain Heart pulsed in her grip, its runes flaring with golden light that matched the glow emanating from the broken blade. "The Destiny Blade," she whispered, ancient lore surfacing from memories of bedtime stories told by her grandmother. "And the key that seals the deep chambers beneath both our realms," Arundel nodded, pieces falling into place. "Someone seeks to gather the fragments and unlock what our ancestors sealed away. The fire in your father's beard and the blaze that consumed our sacred grove. They were but the first steps in a ritual to locate the fragments." "Kalgrim," Dorna growled, "or whatever wears his skin now. He served as Grand Artificer for 3 kings' reigns. No dwarf lives so long unless they are no longer merely a dwarf," Arundel finished. "Among my people, the High Consul's advisor, Lady Morvain, has served for nearly 7 centuries, her beauty unchanging, her wisdom beyond question." Their eyes met across the ancient circle, elf and dwarf, hereditary enemies according to the recent pages of history, yet bound by a common threat older than their divided kingdoms. "Under 3 fragments," Dorna said, recalling the legends, "one hidden in the deepest dwarf mine, one in the highest elven spire, and one in the abyssal trench where neither starlight nor forge fire has ever reached," Arundel completed. "The void below, where the sleeping god waits to be awakened." The sun slipped below the horizon, plunging the border wilds into twilight. In the distance, the howls of tracker beasts, both the silver wolves of the elven hunt and the granite mastiffs of the dwarven rune hunters, echoed across the valleys. "It seems," Dorna said, adjusting Mountain Heart across her back, "that the daughter of the mountain, and the Guardian of the Flame have a quest to undertake. Arundel rose, his strength returning as the blade fragment continued to pulse with ancient power. 3 fragments to find before those who were once our mentors complete their ritual. And 1,000 years of distrust to overcome, Dorna added, though a reluctant half-smile softened her bearded face. Perhaps, Arundel replied, matching her expression with a cautious smile of his own, that is the true destiny the blade would have us forge anew. As night fell over the border wilds, elf and dwarf, guardian and heir, set forth on a path neither could have imagined walking together, while behind them, in the kingdoms they had fled, ancient powers stirred in anticipation of a god's awakening and the eternal twilight it would bring. Story 2. The abandoned mines of Casvollen echoed with the rhythmic ring of a single dwarven pickaxe striking ancient stone. Where once 1,000 hammers had sung the song of dwarven industry, now only Thorin Forgeheart's determined strikes disturbed the centuries of silence. Rivulets of sweat carved paths through the coal dust on his face as he followed a vein of peculiar crystal that glimmered with an inner fire no dwarf had documented in the ancient records. Just a bit deeper, he muttered to himself, his auburn beard braided tightly against his chest to keep it from the spark-throwing work. The youngest master smith of the Iron Peak clan had defied his elders by venturing into these forbidden tunnels, mines that had been sealed by royal decree 3 centuries earlier after a series of disappearances and tales of whispers in the dark. The crystal vein widened suddenly, opening into a small cavern untouched by any tool. At its center, suspended in a column of crystallized air, hovered a stone no larger than Thorin's fist. Unlike the fire opals or magma gems familiar to his people, this stone pulsed with a living rhythm, its heart shifting between crimson and gold with each beat. By the ancestors' forge, Thorin breathed, his pickaxe forgotten as he approached. The air around the stone shimmered with heat, yet no warmth reached his outstretched hand. Something ancient whispered at the edges of his consciousness, a voice that seemed composed of crackling flames and breaking stone. When his calloused fingers finally closed around the stone, the world exploded into blinding light. The cavern walls melted away, replaced by visions of soaring dragons wheeling through pristine skies, their scales shimmering like living metal in the sunlight. The stone sank into Thorin's palm, its fiery essence flowing into his veins, setting his blood alight with power he could not comprehend. Thorin's scream echoed through the abandoned mines, but there was no one to hear it. No one except the shadow hunters of his own clan who had followed him in secret, their orders clear. No dwarf was to disturb the sealed chambers of Casvollen and live to speak of what they found. 3 days later, the young dwarf crashed through the undergrowth of the Silver Forest, the realm of the Elves, where no dwarf had tread in living memory. Thorin's once sturdy armor hung in scorched tatters around his stocky frame. Behind him, the heavy footfalls of his pursuers grew closer, their tracking skills unhindered by the unfamiliar territory. "The flame belongs to the clan," a gruff voice called from the darkness. "Do surrender it, Thorin, and your death will be swift." But Thorin could not surrender what had become part of him. The draconian flame, as the ancient voice in his mind had named it, now pulsed beneath his skin, visible as a network of golden veins across his chest, centering above his heart. Each beat sent waves of scorching power through his body, a magic he could neither control nor fully contain. An arrow whistled past his ear, embedding itself in a nearby tree with a dull thud. Not a dwarven bolt, but an elven shaft, slender, deadly, and wreathed in silver light. "Hold," "Stone child," a melodic voice commanded from the canopy above. "You trespass in the realm of the Silver Court." Thorin spun, his hand instinctively reaching for the warhammer no longer strapped to his back. Through the mist-laden air descended an elven warrior, her movements as fluid as water over stone. She landed noiselessly on the forest floor, another arrow already nocked in her iridescent bow. Lyraniel Stargazer stood a head taller than the dwarf, her silver hair cascading down her back like moonlight given form. The intricate leafy patterns of her leather armor seemed to shift and move with each breath, camouflaging her against the living forest. Her eyes, violet and luminous in the forest's eternal twilight, widened as they fixed upon the golden glow emanating from beneath Thorin's tattered clothing. "The eternal flame," she whispered, lowering her bow fractionally. "It calls to you." Before Thorin could respond, the undergrowth behind him erupted as 3 dwarven shadow hunters burst into view, their crossbows raised and dark armor gleaming with runes of warding. "Stand aside, elf," the lead hunter snarled. "This traitor belongs to Clan Ironpeak." Lyraniel's response was a fluid blur of motion. 3 arrows flew in rapid succession, not striking the dwarves but the ground before them, where they burst into blinding pillars of silver light. "He carries that which does not belong to dwarf or elf," she declared, her musical voice hardening. "The eternal flame answers to a higher calling." As the shadow hunters shielded their eyes from the magical light, Lyraniel grasped Thorin's arm, an unprecedented act that would have been unthinkable mere moments earlier. "Come, the Silver Court must know of this." Thorin hesitated only briefly. The flame within his chest pulsed in recognition of something in the elf's touch, a resonance, as though her silver magic and his golden fire harmonized in ways neither fully understood. The heart of the Silver Forest defied Thorin's expectations. Where dwarves carved their majesty from stone and metal, the elves had grown their civilization in perfect harmony with living things. The trees here reached impossible heights, their massive trunks wider than dwarven meeting halls, spiraling staircases wrapped around these living pillars, leading to platforms and dwellings that seemed to have been sung into existence rather than built. Crystal lanterns swaying in the perpetual twilight cast prismatic patterns across pathways of living moss and flowers that bloomed at the touch of elven feet. Thorin's heavy boots, by contrast, left momentary impressions that the forest floor quickly erased, as if reluctant to bear his mark. "The Silver Court has not received a dwarf in 700 years, Lyraniel explained as she led him toward the center of the forest city. "Not since the Sundering, when our peoples chose separate paths." "Chose," Thorin scoffed, the flame within him flaring with his emotion. "Your kind banished mine from the surface, forcing us into the mountains." Lyraniel's step faltered, her violet eyes meeting his. "Is that what your histories teach? Ours tell of dwarves who grew enamored with gems and metals, abandoning the stewardship of living things to delve ever deeper into the earth." Before Thorin could retort, they arrived at the base of the largest tree he had ever beheld, the Silverheart Oak. Its trunk, wider than 50 dwarves standing shoulder to shoulder, shimmered with an inner light that pulsed in a rhythm disconcertingly similar to the flame within Thorin's chest. At the tree's base stood a circle of elven wardens, their armor fashioned from silver scales that caught the ethereal light. They parted silently, revealing a path toward an opening in the massive trunk, an entrance to the throne room of the Silver Court. "The eternal tree is dying," Lyraniel murmured as they passed into the hollow heart of the great oak. "A blight spreads through its roots, one that our oldest healing songs cannot remedy." Inside, the hollow trunk opened into a vast chamber, where the living wood had grown into columns, arches, and finally a dais, upon which rested two thrones formed from intertwining branches. One remained empty. Upon the other sat Queen Elindra Dawnlight, her face bearing the timeless beauty of the High Elves, yet marked with subtle lines of worry that spoke of recent troubles. The Queen's gaze fixed immediately upon Thorin, not with the contempt or suspicion he expected, but with a flash of recognition that seemed to surprise even her. "The Flamebearer comes as the stars foretold," she said, her voice resonating through the chamber. "Though I did not expect one of the mountain folk, neither did I expect to be here, Your Majesty," Thorin replied with unexpected formality, the flame within him calming in the Queen's presence. "This burden found me in the forgotten minds of my ancestors." The Queen descended from her throne, her flowing silver robes rippling like water. Around her neck hung a crystal pendant that seemed to respond to Thorin's proximity, glowing brighter as she approached. "Show me," she commanded gently. Hesitantly, Thorin opened his tattered shirt, revealing the golden light that had made its home in his chest. The chamber fell silent as all eyes fixed upon the pulsing flame visible beneath his skin. "The last draconian flame," the Queen breathed. "We thought it lost when the dragons departed our realm. It burns within me," Thorin said, his voice rough with emotion and exhaustion. "I cannot control it. My own people hunt me for it." Queen Elindra's eyes met his with unexpected compassion. "Because they do not understand what it represents." She turned to Lyraniel. "The silverwood tree withers as the magic of our world fades. Now this dwarf appears bearing the last essence of dragonfire, the most primal magic of creation. This is no coincidence." From the shadows at the edge of the chamber stepped a figure Thorin had not noticed before, an elf whose robes bore the midnight blue of deepest twilight, embroidered with runes of power that made Thorin's dwarven senses prickle with unease. "Your Majesty," the newcomer's voice was silk over steel, "this dwarf cannot possibly comprehend the power he carries. The Crimson Order will sense the flames awakening. They will come." "And we shall be ready, Lord Morvain," the Queen replied, a subtle edge entering her voice. "For too long we have hidden in our forest while the world's magic diminishes." "The coming of the Flamebearer changes everything." She turned back to Thorin, and to his shock she knelt before him, bringing her ageless eyes level with his. "There is much you do not know, Thorin Forgeheart. The histories of both our peoples have been curated to maintain our separation. But the truth is etched into the oldest stones and the most ancient trees. Elves and dwarves share common ancestors from before the first sundering." The collective gasp from the court was audible. Lyraniel stepped forward, her face a mask of shock. "Your Majesty, surely the time for secrets has passed," Queen Elindra declared. "The eternal twilight approaches as the Crimson Order gathers power. They seek what this dwarf now carries, the last flame that can rekindle the world's fading magic or consume it entirely." She rose, addressing the entire court. "Lyraniel Stargazer, you found the Flamebearer for a reason. You will guide him to the Crucible of Stars, where he might learn to master the power within him." Thorin found his voice at last. "And why would I agree to this? Why should I trust elves with this power when my own kind hunts me for it?" Queen Elindra's smile held ancient sadness. "Because, Flamebearer, the fire you carry does not recognize the arbitrary boundaries our peoples have drawn. It seeks balance, just as the world does. The elves' connection to living things and the dwarves' mastery of stone and metal were never meant to be separated. They are halves of a whole, just as the flame you bear is half of a greater magic." She touched the crystal at her throat. "This starlight shard responds to your flame because they were forged as one. To save both our realms from the coming darkness, elf and dwarf must remember what it means to be kin." The flame within Thorin's chest pulsed powerfully, as if in agreement. He looked to Liraniel, whose violet eyes now regarded him with new understanding, and perhaps a reluctant spark of something like respect. "Then it seems," he said slowly, "that this dwarf and this elf have a long journey ahead." Outside the Silverheart Oak, beyond the boundaries of the elven realm, shadows gathered as creatures born of neither light nor darkness emerged from the spaces between worlds. The magic binding them had weakened as the world's power faded. Now they sensed the awakening flame, the key to either their banishment or their final victory. And in a tower of crimson crystal, the mages of the Crimson Order felt the flames return like a beacon in the night. Their centuries-long plan to harness all magic under their dominion faced its greatest threat and its greatest opportunity. The fate of two peoples, long divided by pride and ancient grudges, now rested in the unlikely alliance of a dwarf who carried dragonfire in his veins and an elven archer who had begun to question the histories she had been taught. Together, they would discover that the greatest magic of all lay not in flames or starlight, but in the power of broken bonds reforged. Story 3. The silver towers of Loonhaven rose like crystallized moonlight against the perpetual twilight sky, their spires piercing the veil of luminous mist that eternally shrouded the elven kingdom. Within the tallest tower, behind doors sealed with enchantments spoken only by the most ancient tongues, Princess Elysia Moonlight stood at the threshold between worlds. Her alabaster skin glowed with an ethereal light as she extended her hand toward the shimmering boundary only she could see. The veil, that gossamer curtain separating the realm of the living from the domain of the dead, rippled at her touch like water disturbed by a gentle breeze. Whispers echoed around her, 1,000 voices speaking in hushed tones, some pleading, others warning, all of them recognizing her unique power. "Not tonight," she murmured, withdrawing her hand as the wispy forms on the other side reached for her. "Soon, but not tonight." Tonight was her father's coronation anniversary, and King Thalorian had requested her presence at the Starfall banquet. Elysia could not risk being caught communing with the dead, not when her gift was considered heresy by the Council of Elders, a blasphemy punishable by exile or worse. She adjusted the moonstone circlet upon her silver hair and smoothed the flowing lines of her celestial blue gown. The forbidden power within her quieted momentarily, like a beast retreating into slumber, but Elysia knew it would wake again. It always did. The Starfall banquet gleamed with the light of 1,000 enchanted crystals suspended beneath the open ceiling of the grand hall. Stars winked above, seeming close enough to touch, while elven nobles in resplendent attire floated between tables laden with delicacies harvested from the enchanted glades. King Thalorian sat upon the moonwood throne, his ageless face bearing only the subtlest lines around eyes that had witnessed 10 centuries of peace. Beside him stood Grand Mage Mordrith, his midnight blue robes embroidered with constellations that shifted position with each passing hour. "But Your Majesty," Mordrith's voice was like honey poured over granite, smooth yet unyielding. "The alignment approaches. The celestial crown must be worn during tonight's ritual if the kingdom's magic is to remain strong for another century." Thalorian nodded, his eyes finding his daughter across the hall. "Elysia shall present it, as tradition demands. She will make a fine queen when my time comes." Mordrith's smile did not reach his eyes. "Indeed, Your Majesty, her talents are quite extraordinary." The king's gaze sharpened. "You speak of rumors, Mordrith. My daughter is gifted in the arcane arts, nothing more. Of course, Your Majesty, merely rumors. Across the hall, Elysia felt the weight of the Grand Mage's stare. Something in his eyes, a hunger, ancient and calculating, sent a chill through her soul, both her souls. The ceremony began as the largest moon reached its zenith. Elysia approached the throne, bearing the celestial crown upon a cushion of woven starlight, the ancient artifact, crafted from metal not found in the mortal realm, and set with gems that captured the essence of heavenly bodies, hummed with power that resonated with her dual nature. As she knelt before her father, offering the crown, a disturbance rippled through the veil. Spirits pressed against the boundary, their urgent whispers suddenly deafening in Elysia's mind. A warning. "Father," she began, rising swiftly. Too late. The ceremonial goblet at Thalorian's lips slipped from suddenly nerveless fingers. The king's eyes widened in shock, his mouth working silently as veins of black poison spread visibly beneath his skin. "The king is poisoned!" The cry went up as Thalorian collapsed upon his throne. Elysia reached for him, but found her arms restrained by royal guards. Behind them, Mordred's face wore an expression of calculated grief. "The princess bears the taint of necromancy," he announced, his voice carrying throughout the now silent hall. "The veil grows thin around her. She has consorted with the dead and brought their corruption into our realm." "No!" Elysia struggled against her captors. "Father, tell them." But King Thalorian could no longer speak. His spirit slipped from his body even as Elysia watched, crossing the veil that only she could see. His last look, one of warning and love, burned into her memory as he was dragged into the world beyond. "Behold!" Mordred cried, lifting the fallen goblet. "The eternal twilight prophecy begins. When royal blood is spilled by one who walks between worlds, the veil shall tear, and dusk and dawn shall become as one." Throughout the hall, elven nobles drew back from Elysia as though she carried a plague. Only Mordred stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with triumph poorly disguised as righteous fury. "Take the queen murderer to the crystal cells," he commanded. "The council will determine her fate at dawn." The dungeons beneath Loonhaven held no prisoners, for elves did not imprison their own kind, until now. Elysia paced the confines of her crystal cell, walls that would have been beautiful in any other context now serving as her cage. The enchantments carved into their surface prevented her from using her natural elven magic, but they could not stop her other gift. The veil was thinner here. Close to the ancient foundations of the city, spirits gathered just beyond her sight, drawn to her dual nature. One stepped forward, more substantial than the others. Her father. "Elysia," King Thalorian's spirit spoke, with a voice like wind through autumn leaves. "Mordred has deceived us all. He is not what he seems. Who is he, father? What does he want?" "He is Mordred the Soul Drinker, ancient beyond measure. He has fed on the essence of kings and queens for millennia, gathering power for a ritual that will shatter the veil completely." The spectral form of her father flickered. "You must escape. Seek the Shadowlands beyond the Crystal Mountains. Find the dwarf lord Grimlock Soulforged. He alone understands the magic Mordred wields." A dwarf. Elysia's surprise was evident. Elves and dwarves had maintained an uneasy peace for centuries, but rarely sought each other's counsel. "Pride may doom both our peoples," Thalorian's spirit warned. "The true enemy cares nothing for the boundaries between elf and dwarf. The eternal twilight comes for all." With spectral hands, he showed her how to create a doorway through the veil, not merely to look beyond it as she had always done, but to step through it momentarily, passing from one physical location to another by traversing the realm of the dead. This gift is yours alone, daughter. Use it wisely. The dead are not all peaceful or kind. As dawn approached, bringing with it the judgment of the council, Elysia stepped into the shadowed realm for the first time. The world turned to mist and memory around her as spirits reached out with hungry hands. She pushed through them, focusing on her father's guidance, until she emerged gasping into the physical world once more. Outside the city walls, free but forever branded a traitor. The Shadowlands stretched before her like a wound in the world, a valley where light seemed to die, consumed by the perpetual gloom that hung over twisted trees and jagged rock formations. Creatures of neither flesh nor spirit prowled the borders, their eyes reflecting a hunger older than time. At the heart of this desolation stood a fortress carved from obsidian and bone, its architecture a brutal departure from the flowing lines of elven construction. Dwarven runes of warding glowed with sullen red light along its walls, keeping the worst of the shadow predators at bay. Elysia approached with caution, her hand resting on the hilt of her ceremonial dagger, a poor weapon, but the only one she possessed. The massive doors of the fortress swung open before she could announce herself. The elf princess who walks with the dead. A voice like grinding stone echoed from within. I've been expecting you. Grimlock Soulforged emerged from the shadows, his stocky dwarven frame wrapped in armor forged from metal that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. His beard, once auburn but now streaked with ash grey, was braided with tokens of bone and silver. Most striking were his eyes, one the molten gold of his dwarven heritage, the other a swirling void of midnight blue, marking the price he had paid to the shadow entities. You've been expecting me? Elysia questioned, her hand not leaving her weapon. The dead speak to me as well, princess, though I paid a steeper price for the privilege. Grimlock gestured to his unnatural eye. Your father's spirit is not the only one who understands what Mordrith plans. And what is that, exactly? Grimlock turned, beckoning her to follow him into the fortress. The end of the natural order. The merging of life and death into an eternal twilight realm, where Mordrith would reign supreme, feeding on souls at his leisure. Inside, the fortress revealed surprising wonders. Maps covered walls of polished stone, marking ley lines that crisscrossed both elven and dwarven territories. Ancient texts, some in languages Elysia had never seen, lay open on tables carved from single massive crystals. My clan was destroyed when we discovered Mordrith's true nature, Grimlock explained, running a calloused finger along one of the maps. He cannot allow any who know his secret to live. I survived only by trading half my soul to the shadow entities, becoming something neither fully alive nor dead, much like yourself, though you were born with your gift. I never asked for this power, Elysia said softly. Few who bear great burdens do, Grimlock replied, his voice softening momentarily. But you must master it now, princess. The eternal twilight prophecy is no mere legend. It is Mordrith's ritual, designed to tear down the veil completely. How do we stop him? We must reach the crystal caverns beneath your city before the next moon dark. There lies the Soul Forge, an ancient artifact my ancestors and yours crafted together in a time when our peoples were allies, not strangers. Elysia's eyes widened. The histories speak of no such alliance. History is written by those who wish to control the future, Grimlock said grimly. Mordrith has influenced both our peoples for generations, fostering division where once there was unity. He lifted a weapon from a rack on the wall, a warhammer whose head was crystal, not steel, inscribed with runes that matched those on Elysia's moonstone circlet. Your magic of life and light, my knowledge of death and shadow, together they form the key to the Soul Forge. With it, We can repair the weakening veil and end Mordred's threat forever. Elysia studied the unlikely ally before her, a dwarf who had sacrificed half his soul for vengeance, now offering to help save a people who had shunned his kind for centuries. Why help me? Why help the elves? Grimlock's mismatched eyes met hers. Because some things transcend ancient grudges, Princess. Some threats are greater than the divisions between our peoples. Outside the fortress, the shadows lengthened as unseen clouds passed over the hidden sun. In the distance, a horn sounded, the hunting call of the elven royal guard. They had tracked her to the Shadowlands. They will show you no mercy, Grimlock warned. Mordred will have poisoned their minds against you completely. Elysia straightened, the last princess of Loonhaven and the unwitting catalyst of the eternal twilight prophecy. Her hand found the crystal hammer Grimlock offered, and as her fingers closed around its haft, the runes blazed with silver light that matched the glow in her eyes. Then we must be swifter than their hatred, she declared, and stronger than the lies they've been fed. Together, elf princess and dwarf warlord turned toward the coming storm, unlikely guardians against the twilight that threatened to engulf both their worlds. The dead watched from beyond the veil, silent witnesses to an alliance that would determine the fate of all souls, living and deceased, in the battle against the ancient evil that had manipulated their peoples for far too long. Story 4. Deep beneath the Ironspine Mountains, where even the most courageous dwarven miners had long abandoned their pursuit of precious gems, ancient magic stirred in the darkness. 1,000 years of silence shattered as hairline cracks spread across an enormous crystal, its once brilliant azure glow now pulsing weakly like a dying heartbeat. Within this translucent prison lay the legendary dwarf king Durin Ironbeard, his eyes flickering open for the first time since the age of the Emerald Dawn. The crystal exploded in a shower of luminescent fragments, each shard dissolving into motes of light before touching the cavern floor. Durin fell to his knees, his ornate armor, once polished to mirror brightness, now tarnished and dulled by the passage of centuries. His beard, still adorned with golden rings bearing the insignia of the 7 clans, cascaded down his chest like a waterfall of silver and iron. "By the ancestors' forge," he rasped, his voice unused for millennia, "how long have I slumbered?" No answer came but the hollow echo of dripping water and the distant, unnatural moan of wind through corridors that should have been filled with the sounds of hammers on anvils and dwarven mining songs. Durin's kingdom of Kaz Modan, once the mightiest dwarven stronghold in the known world, felt like a tomb. As the ancient king gathered his strength, rising unsteadily to his feet, the air around him thickened with an oily mist that seemed to retreat from his presence. This strange fog, swirling with veins of sickly purple and midnight blue, clung to the walls of the once grand chamber like a living thing. Durin's eyes narrowed as he recognized magic that should not exist in the realm of stone and earth, a corruption that had no place in his kingdom. Miles above, where sunlight dappled the emerald canopy of the crystal forest, an elven scout moved with preternatural grace across branches that would have bent under the weight of a falling leaf. Sylvandriel's silent foot, last of the forest guardians, paused as she reached the tallest of the ancient crystal oaks, her keen eyes fixed on the disturbing sight below. The heart tree, a magnificent crystal oak that had stood since the first sundering, was dying, its translucent trunk, once gleaming with inner light that reflected the stars even in daylight, now pulsed with the same sickly purple veins that had begun to appear throughout the forest. Around its massive roots, the The smaller trees and underbrush had already withered, leaving a perfect circle of decay in the otherwise verdant forest. Sylvandriel slipped from the branch, landing beside the ancient tree without disturbing a single blade of grass. Her silver hair, braided with living vines and tiny blue blossoms, framed a face that bore the ethereal beauty of the high elves and the determined set of one who had seen 3 centuries of slow decline. She pressed her palm against the crystal bark, closing her eyes to better sense the forest's song. What she heard made her blood run cold, a discordant melody that spoke of deep magic awakening beneath the mountains, of ancient seals broken and boundaries transgressed. "The balance is broken," she whispered, pulling her hand away as though burned. The corruption that plagued the forest had a source, and the vision that flashed behind her eyes pointed to one place: the abandoned dwarven kingdom of Cosmodan. Durin Ironbeard made his way through the ruined halls of his once glorious kingdom, each step bringing fresh anguish as he witnessed the devastation. Grand columns lay toppled, their intricate carvings worn smooth by time and the strange corrosive mist that seemed to retreat before him only to close in behind, like an ocean parting reluctantly for a ship. "My king! By the sacred forge, the prophecy speaks true." The voice, rough with emotion, came from a shadowy alcove. A dwarf emerged, his armor patched with scraps of metal, his beard shorter than dwarven pride would typically allow. Behind him appeared a dozen more, their faces bearing the gaunt look of those who had survived on little for too long. "Thrain Stonehammer, at your service," the dwarf said, dropping to one knee. "We are the last of the Deep Guard, those sworn to maintain vigil until your return. Rise, Stonehammer," Durin commanded, his voice gaining strength. "Tell me what curse has befallen Cosmodan. How long have I been entombed in crystal?" Thrain's eyes, grey as storm clouds, met his king's. 1,000 years have passed since the day of sealing, my king. The kingdom fell not to enemies without, but to the corruption that rose from below when the deep miners broke through to the void caverns against your command. Durin's fist clenched around a hammer that was no longer at his side. "And my fury of the mountain? Hidden, my lord," Thrain replied. "When the corruption began to spread, the 7 regents divided your royal artifacts for safekeeping. Your hammer was entrusted to the Golden Heart clan. Then we shall reclaim it," Durin declared, his voice echoing with renewed purpose, "and with it drive this corruption back to the void from whence it came." The entrance to the abandoned dwarven kingdom yawned before Sylvandriel like the maw of some great beast. Ancient dwarven runes, carved into the archway, warned of doom to any elf who passed the threshold, relics of a time when the 2 races had been locked in bitter conflict. She hesitated, not out of fear for the old magic, but because the air flowing from the entrance carried the same tainted energy that infected the heart tree. "The source lies within," she murmured, knocking an arrow to her crystalline bow more from habit than immediate need. The weapon, passed down through 20 generations of forest guardians, hummed faintly in her grip, its enchantments recognizing the proximity of ancient magic. Her advance into the mountain was halted by the sudden rumble of shifting stone. Dwarf-sized boulders before the entrance rose, unfolding into squat, humanoid forms with glowing purple veins running through their rocky bodies. Stone guardians, but corrupted, their once protective magic twisted into something malevolent. Sylvandriel's bow sang, crystal arrows finding the narrow seams between the animated stones. Each shot struck with impossible precision, shattering the purple crystals that powered the constructs. As the last guardian crumbled, she heard the unmistakable battle cry of dwarves echoing from within the mountain. Racing toward the sound, she emerged onto a vast bridge spanning an underground chasm. On the far side, a group of dwarves fought against a writhing mass of the purple-veined mist that had taken solid form, pseudopods of corrupted magic lashing out at the defenders. And at their center stood a figure from legend, Durin, Ironbeard himself, wielding a mining pick with the skill of one born to battle, his armor gleaming with an inner light that seemed to repel the corruption wherever it touched him. Silvandriel's arrows joined the fray, their crystal tips blazing with sunlight magic she had imbued them with on her journey. The corruption shrieked, a sound that should have been impossible for mist to make, as each arrow struck, creating pockets of cleansed air. When the skirmish ended, dwarf and elf stood facing each other across the ancient bridge, centuries of mistrust hanging between them like an invisible wall. "You fight well, elf," Durin acknowledged, breaking the silence. "Though I did not expect to find one of the forest folk in the halls of my ancestors. Nor did I expect to find the legendary dwarf king fighting alongside the living," Silvandriel replied. "The songs say you sacrificed yourself to seal away a great evil." Durin's laugh was without humor. The songs remember only half the truth. "I was betrayed, imprisoned in crystal, while the deep miners sought treasures in caverns I had forbidden them to enter." His eyes narrowed. "What brings a forest guardian to Casmoden?" "The crystal forest dies," she stated plainly. "The heart tree is infected with the same corruption that plagues your kingdom. I followed the taint to its source." Thrain stepped forward, his eyes wide with realization. "The twin artifacts," he breathed. "The ancient texts speak of balance. Your hammer, my king, and the elven crown of stars, forged together during the First Alliance. The crown has been kept in the heart tree's branches for 15 generations, Silvandriel confirmed, understanding dawning in her emerald eyes. Our peoples crafted these artifacts together, didn't they? Not as separate treasures, but as two halves of a greater whole." Durin nodded slowly, ancient memories surfacing. "On the hammer to shape, the crown to bind, together they maintained the seal on the void caverns." His gaze met Silvandriel's across the divide. "The dwarves who imprisoned me, they didn't just seek treasure, they sought to break the seal, to harness the power beyond for themselves, and instead released the corruption," Silvandriel concluded, "which now threatens both our realms." For a long moment, the descendants of ancient enemies regarded each other. Then, with deliberate steps, they moved to the center of the bridge. Durin extended his hand first, weathered and strong. "It seems, Forest Guardian, that the fates of dwarf and elf are intertwined once more." Silvandriel clasped his offered hand, her slender fingers surprisingly strong. "And so it would appear, King under the mountain." Around them, the corruption retreated further, as though the very act of alliance between elf and dwarf weakened its hold on the material world. Above and below, in forest and mountain, ancient magic stirred in response to their joined purpose. The quest for the twin artifacts had begun, a journey that would take them through forgotten caverns and enchanted groves, past ancient grudges and fresh dangers, toward a truth neither of their peoples had fully remembered, that some bonds, once forged in the fires of necessity, can never truly be broken. Story 5. The ancient oaks of Silverwood Forest whispered secrets that only the elves could hear. Their leaves shimmered with an ethereal glow, casting emerald shadows across the forest floor where Elendor Silverquill knelt. His slender fingers traced the contours of a strange stone fragment, partially buried beneath centuries of fallen leaves. The runes etched upon its surface pulsed with a faint blue light, responding to his touch as if awakening from a long slumber. "By the light of the 7 stars," Elendor murmured, his violet eyes widening. The young elven archivist had spent 2 centuries studying forgotten texts in the great library of Lunarian, but never had he encountered runes that sang to his blood like these. Far beneath the surface of the world, in the cavernous depths of Khazad-dûm, Master Forgemaster Brunhilde Ironhammer stepped back from the wall she had been examining, torch held high. Sweat glistened on her broad forehead, dampening her intricately braided auburn beard. The rhythmic hammering of the great forges echoed through the stone corridors, but even that familiar music could not drown out the strange humming emanating from the newly discovered chamber. "What secrets do ye hide?" she whispered to the ancient dwarven runes that glowed with an amber light upon the wall. Unlike the practical and angular script her people had used for millennia, these symbols flowed like water frozen in an instant, more reminiscent of elven script than dwarven craft. Neither Elendor nor Brunhilde knew that at this precise moment, as the twin moons aligned in the night sky above, they had set in motion events foretold in a prophecy older than both their kingdoms. 3 days later, the earth shook with unprecedented fury. In the elven realm of Silverwood, crystal spires cracked and ancient trees groaned. Deep within Khazad-dûm, mining shafts collapsed and forges spilled molten metal across stone floors. When the tremors subsided, both kingdoms found themselves facing the same inexplicable phenomenon. Springs of raw magic erupting from the ground, waters glowing with power never before witnessed. The Elven High Council convened beneath the Moonlight Pavilion, where Elendor stood before Queen Ilaria Starweaver, the fragment of stone cradled in his hands. "The runes speak of balance disturbed," he explained, his melodic voice carrying across the pavilion, "of a darkness stirring in the twilight lands, where neither sun nor star has shone since the first age." The Queen's gaze lingered on the stone. "Would then you believe this fragment is connected to the tremors and the springs?" "I do, your radiance. The text references the twin guardians who must reunite what was sundered when the world was young." Across the mountains, beneath vaulted ceilings of polished stone, King Thorgrim's stone crown stroked his gold-adorned beard as Brunhilde presented her findings to the assembly of thanes. "The chamber was sealed with magic unknown to our ancestors," she declared, her voice resonating with the confidence that had earned her the title of youngest Master Forgemaster in 5 generations. "The runes speak of a pact forgotten, of powers divided that must be joined again when the shadow of Azkaroth lengthens." The king's eyes narrowed. Azkaroth. "That name has not been uttered in these halls since the War of the Burning Sky." "Aye," Brunhilde nodded, "the Dark Lord who nearly destroyed both our peoples before the Great Alliance." Both councils reached the same conclusion. An expedition must be sent to Arkenthor, the ancient temple that once stood as a monument to the alliance between elves and dwarves, and both chose their most knowledgeable scholars of the old magics to undertake this journey. The Temple of Arkenthor rose from the mists of the Veiled Valley, its once magnificent marble columns now cracked and overgrown with luminescent vines. Half buried in the earth, it straddled the boundary between the surface world and the underground realm, a physical manifestation of the union it once celebrated. Elendor arrived first, his steps light upon the moss-covered stairs. His traveling cloak, woven with spells of protection, billowed gently in the breeze that seemed to emanate from within the temple itself. The bow, strapped to his back, was carved from silverwood and strung with enchanted silk, a weapon he hoped he would not need to use. The distinct sound of dwarven boots on stone announced Brunhilde's arrival. She emerged from a tunnel half hidden by fallen debris, her sturdy frame adorned with masterfully crafted armor bearing the insignia of the Ironhammer clan. The warhammer slung across her back gleamed with runes of power, and her eyes, the color of molten gold, assessed the elven visitor with measured caution. "So, the elves sent a scribe to do a warrior's job," she remarked, though there was more curiosity than malice in her tone. Elendor inclined his head slightly. "And the dwarves sent a craftsman to decipher ancient texts." They regarded each other for a long moment before unexpected smiles broke across both their faces. Elendor Silverquill, archivist of the eternal texts. Brunhilde Ironhammer, master of the deep forge. As they spoke their names, the runes they each carried, Elendor's stone fragment and the small tablet Brunhilde had chiseled from the chamber wall, pulsed simultaneously with blinding light. When the glow subsided, both pieces had transformed, the script upon them now legible in a language neither had seen before, yet both could somehow understand. "Eyes as the guardians shall be known by the awakening of the runes," they read aloud in unison, their voices blending in the still air of the temple. Their eyes met in shared astonishment. The prophecy had named them. Within the temple's heart, they discovered a circular chamber where a great table of stone stood, carved with a map of both kingdoms and the lands between. At its center, two indentations waited, one shaped for Elendor's fragment, the other for Brunhilde's tablet. "The chronicles in our library mention this place," Elendor said softly, running his fingers over ancient elven script etched into the walls. "Udine, it was here that the last high mage of my people and the greatest runecaster of yours combined their arts to forge the 7 seals that imprisoned Azkaroth." Brunhilde nodded, examining dwarven runes that interlaced with the elven script. "Our songs tell of how they gave their lives to complete the binding. Neither people could have accomplished it alone. When they placed their rune fragments into the indentations, the map illuminated with threads of magic, silver flowing from Elendor's piece, gold from Brunhilde's. The streams of power intertwined, revealing 6 points across the lands where the ancient seals stood. But at the 7th location, the heart of the Twilight lands, the light flickered weakly. "The 7th seal is failing," Elendor whispered. As if in response to his words, the temple trembled. Dust rained from the ceiling as a spectral image formed above the map, a horned figure wreathed in shadow, with eyes that burned like dying stars. "The prison weakens," the apparition intoned, its voice like stone grinding against stone. "I am Valandor, last of the high mages who created the seals. Our power fades as the 7th seal deteriorates." Azkaroth stirs. The spirit turned its gaze upon them. "You are the chosen guardians, born with the essence of those who came before. Elendor Silverquill, in you flows the blood of Aranil the Spellweaver. Brunhilde Ironhammer, you carry the spirit of Durin the Runemaster." "But we are no mages or runecasters," Brunhilde protested. "I forge weapons, not spells. And I archive knowledge, I do not wield it," Elendor added. "That is where all are deceived," Valandor replied. "The true power of the seals was never in grand magic, but in the harmony between elf and dwarf, between the magic of nature and the craft of stone. Only together can you restore what is failing." The apparition began to fade. "Beware the betrayer who walks in both realms. They seek to shatter all the seals and return our enemy to the world." As the ghost vanished, the temple shook more violently. Elendor and Brunhilde grabbed the table's edge to steady themselves. When they touched the stone simultaneously, power surged through them both. Elendor gasped as silver light coursed up his arms, weaving patterns in the air that responded to his thoughts. Beside him, Brunhilde's hands glowed with golden energy that solidified into runic shapes when she gestured. By the mountain's heart, she breathed. And the stars, light, he whispered. The runes on the table shifted, revealing a hidden passage beneath the chamber. It seems, Elendor said with a tentative smile, that we have much to learn about our heritage. Brunhilde adjusted her warhammer. And little time to do it, elf. Then we should begin immediately, dwarf. They descended into the hidden depths, where ancient knowledge awaited, secrets of power born from the union of elven spellcraft and dwarven rune lore. With each step, the unlikely pair moved closer to their destiny as guardians of the ancient runes, unaware that in both their kingdoms, trusted advisors were already moving to sabotage their mission and break the final seal that kept darkness at bay. Behind them, the map continued to glow, its light pulsing like a heartbeat as the twin moons crossed paths in the night sky above. The countdown to awakening had begun. The story of the Guardians, of friendship forged across ancient divides, of betrayal by those closest to them, and of a power born from harmony rather than dominance, was about to unfold, and the fate of both their peoples hung in the balance. Story 6. The first leaf fell on the solstice day, its once golden hue now charred and blackened as it spiraled down from the highest branch of Yggdrasil. The world tree, whose colossal trunk bridged realms and whose ancient magic had sustained balance for millennia, shuddered. Deep below in the cavernous kingdom of Iron Deep, dwarven miners dropped their tools as fissures split the stone floors. High above in the floating city of Aetherlight, elven scholars watched in horror as their crystal spires swayed precariously against the twilight sky. The balance was breaking. Princess Lyra Silvermoon stood at the edge of Aetherlight's eastern platform, her slender fingers gripping the moonstone railing. Her emerald eyes, flecked with gold, a trait that had always set her apart among her pure-blooded kin, reflected the distant world tree's massive silhouette. Another tremor rippled through the air, causing the enchanted chains tethering Aetherlight to Yggdrasil's upper branches to groan under strain. "Will be, your highness," came a concerned voice behind her. "The council awaits." Lyra turned to face her handmaiden, the weight of her silver circlet suddenly heavy upon her brow. "They've made their decision then." "The crystal oracle has spoken," the handmaiden whispered, her voice dropping to barely a breath. "It demands a journey. It demands you." In the smoky depths of Forge Court, the great anvil of Iron Deep fell silent for the first time in 8 centuries. Tormund Ironfist wiped sweat from his brow, leaving a streak of soot across his weathered face. His beard, shorter than tradition demanded for a master blacksmith, was singed at the edges, a constant reminder of his exile status. When the earth heaved beneath them, sending apprentices scrambling for support, only Tormund remained standing, his stance wide and unyielding. "The world tree weakens," observed Master Grimstone, the eldest of the Forge Masters. "The High Council has summoned the Keepers of Old Lore." Tormund spat into the cooling bucket, where the water sizzled angrily. "And what concern is that of mine? I'm barred from their chambers, or have you forgotten why I bear the mark of exile?" The old dwarf's eyes narrowed beneath bushy brows. "The crystal oracle has named you, Tormund. By ancient law, even the High King cannot refuse its calling." The Chamber of Echoes hummed with tension as representatives from both kingdoms gathered for the first time in 3 generations. Elves and dwarves stood rigidly separated, divided by centuries of mutual suspicion. At the center of the chamber, the crystal oracle, a massive shard of primeval crystal that predated even Yggdrasil, pulsed with ethereal light. Lyra entered from the eastern archway, her silver robes flowing like liquid moonlight. From the western tunnel emerged Tormund, his sturdy frame adorned with ceremonial armor that could not hide the scorched rune of exile branded upon his forearm. Their eyes met across the chamber, and the oracle flared blindingly bright. "The world tree dies," came a voice that seemed to emanate from the crystal and from within their minds simultaneously. Its guardian was believed slain, but the truth lies buried in shadow. You too, rejected by your kind for embracing what others fear, must find what has been hidden. Follow the path of fallen leaves. Seek the forgotten citadel. Time wanes with each darkened branch. The high elven queen, Lyra's mother, stepped forward, her ageless face taut with restraint. "My daughter has not been rejected. She is merely unconventional in her diplomacy." The dwarven high king grunted. "And this one," he gestured dismissively toward Tormund, "was exiled for crafting weapons for elven hands, a betrayal of our sacred forge secrets." The oracle pulsed again, silencing both monarchs. "The very prejudice that dooms you all. The world tree's roots and branches have always connected your realms, yet you sever these bonds with your hatred. Go now, chosen ones. Find the last guardian before the final leaf falls." They departed at dawn, the princess who had scandalized the elven court by suggesting alliance with dwarves, and the blacksmith who had dared forge a friendship with elven traders. Their provisions were meager, their guidance scant. Only a single blackened leaf from Yggdrasil, enchanted to point toward its fallen kin, directed their path. The journey took them first through the whispering plains, where tall grasses sang forgotten melodies to the wind. Here, Lyra's elven agility kept them moving swiftly, her light steps barely disturbing the sensitive vegetation. When night fell, Tormund's dwarven eyes pierced the darkness, guiding them safely through Shadowstalker territory. "Why did you advocate for alliance with my people?" Tormund asked on the third night, as they camped beneath a starlit sky. "Elves have despised dwarves since the Sundering Wars." Lyra's fingers traced patterns in the earth, ancient elven script that glowed faintly before fading. "My tutor was half-dwarf," she said quietly. "Oddkeeper Thalarin, he showed me histories forbidden in our archives, accounts of a time before the wars, when our peoples built wonders together. The floating cities weren't designed to escape your people, as our histories claim. They were collaborative marvels meant to celebrate both our magics." Tormund's thick fingers reached for his beard, a habitual gesture of contemplation. The forge songs tell of elven enchantments that once blessed our greatest creations. My crime was attempting to revive this tradition. Their conversation ceased as the enchanted leaf suddenly pulsed with urgency, pointing toward the edge of the petrified forest that loomed ahead, a place where living wood had been transformed to stone by ancient, twisted magic. The forest was eerily silent, populated by stone trees whose branches reached skyward like pleading hands. As they ventured deeper, they encountered their first true obstacle: blight hounds, corrupted guardians whose eyes leaked shadows and whose howls could curdle blood. These creatures once served the guardian of the world tree, but had been warped by the same darkness afflicting Yggdrasil. Lyra's elven magic, silver arrows conjured from moonlight, kept the beasts at bay, while Tormund's hammer, forged with both dwarven resilience and elven enchantment, shattered stone with each impact. Together, they fought through the pack, emerging bloodied but unbeaten. "We fight well together," Tormund observed, binding a wound on Lyra's arm with surprising gentleness. Perhaps the oracle wasn't entirely mistaken in its pairing. Beyond the forest lay the crystal caves, vast caverns where light refracted through translucent walls, creating dazzling displays of color and shadow. Here, Tormund's knowledge of stone proved invaluable, identifying safe passages through the labyrinthine tunnels. When they encountered cave dwellers, blind, pale creatures with too many limbs, Lyra's magic illuminated hidden paths to bypass the dangers. "In my court," Lyra said, as they rested beside an underground pool, "they mock my interest in practical matters. A princess should concern herself with poetry and protocol, not mining techniques and metallurgy." Tormund laughed, the sound echoing strangely in the crystal chamber. "And I was ridiculed for appreciating elven artistry. A dwarf needs function, not frivolous beauty," they said. The enchanted leaf trembled in Lyra's palm, its blackened edges crumbling slightly. "We're running out of time," she whispered. They emerged from the caves into a hidden valley, unseen by either of their peoples for generations. At its center stood a modest citadel of intertwined stone and living wood, architecture that seamlessly blended dwarven and elven styles. As they approached, figures emerged from the structure, wearing robes that incorporated elements from both cultures. "The Keepers of Balance," breathed Lyra, recognizing them from forbidden texts. "The Lost Order," Tormund murmured simultaneously, recalling forbidden forge songs. An elderly keeper approached them, her features bearing the unmistakable blend of both races. "You have come at last. The Oracle has chosen well." Inside the citadel's heart, they found a chamber where a sapling grew, a perfect miniature of Yggdrasil, though its leaves too were beginning to blacken. "The world tree is dying because the worlds it connects are rejecting each other," explained the keeper. "Long ago, elves and dwarves lived in harmony. The guardian of the tree was always born of both bloodlines, carrying both magics in balance. The assassinated guardian," Lyra began. "Was no assassination," the keeper corrected, "but a lie spread by those who feared the truth. The last guardian simply had no successor. As the races grew apart, fewer children of mixed heritage were born. Those that were faced persecution." Tormund's eyes widened with sudden understanding. "The guardian isn't a person. It's a child, a half-elven, half-dwarven child." The keeper nodded gravely. "The tree needs a new guardian to survive, one who carries both bloodlines. But more importantly, both kingdoms must accept this guardian, acknowledging the value in unity rather than division." Lyra and Tormund exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. "Show us," Lyra said firmly. "Show us the child." The keeper led them to a nursery where a young girl played, no more than 6 years old. Her ears held the slight point of elven heritage, while her sturdy frame and the glint in her deep-set eyes spoke of dwarven blood. When she saw them, she smiled with innocent wisdom. "She has waited for champions," the keeper said, "those who could present her to both kingdoms and ensure her acceptance. The future of all realms depends on this. Will you stand for her?" As the child approached them, both Lyra and Tormund felt Yggdrasil's magic resonating within her, the perfect balance of earth and sky, of stone and starlight. "What is your name, little one?" Lyra asked gently. The girl's voice rang clear as crystal, strong as forge iron. "Irdana," she replied. "It means bridge between worlds in the old tongue." Tormund knelt to meet her eyes. "A fitting name for the one who will heal the world tree." Outside, through the citadel's windows, they could see Yggdrasil in the distance. For the first time since their journey began, a single new leaf, vibrant green tinged with gold, unfurled upon a blackened branch. The path ahead would not be easy. They would face resistance from traditionalists in both kingdoms. Ancient prejudices would not disappear overnight. But as Lyra and Tormund stood with Irdana between them, their hands joined around her small ones. They knew that hope had been rekindled. The last guardian had been found. The world tree would live. And perhaps, in time, the worlds it connected would remember how to grow together once more.